Hello? Hello? Anybody home? Shit, I forgot to drink my stuff. Chat, what you doing? What you doing? I forgot to put my thing over to watch. So, Twitch is out in some weather again, surprisingly. To absolutely no one. Also, there is an emergency patch coming to Final Fantasy XIV, so it'll be offline tomorrow. Let's see if I can find the post about it. We'll read real quick. I know. I figured out where the bottoms were from. They're from Island Sanctuary. News? Actions taken against RMT and other illicit activities. These are like kind of fun because they tell you how many accounts were terminated. 461 accounts were terminated for RMT or prohibited activities, with 2 receiving a potential temporary suspension. For botting activities outside of RMT vendors, 12 accounts were terminated and 39 accounts were temporarily suspended. RMT advertising accounts terminated, 47. Anyone who discovers any exploit should under no circumstance take advantage of or disseminate such information. Instead, we ask that players file a report using the in-game command system menu support desk. Contact us, report cheating. In addition, you can also select report in the chat log for RMT advertising. You can right click someone in the chat log, their character name, select report, and then report RMT activity. I think it's kind of stupid that the report function is only for RMT activity and there isn't other ways to report directly in chat. That is dumb. But yeah, they're actually really good with like culling the RMT vendors and bots. Which is kind of insane, because they were everywhere when I started playing. When I started playing, they were everywhere. Then in 2021, I believe, they put out a thing that they were committed to like deal with it, and that additional resources were put in place to combat RMT activities. And since then, it is kind of rare that we see any chat messages. I mean, they happen occasionally, but that is not the news I was looking for. I just figured we could take some good news as well. All world's emergency maintenance. Here we go. Let's see if there is something in the thing about what kind of emergency maintenance will happen. No. only that some companion app features will not be working at the time. You'll also, all Monk Station services will be suspended 30 minutes before, and data center travel will be suspended 30 minutes before. And it's from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. server time. Convert that to whatever time zone you want. We show server time. I show server time on stream instead of local time, for instance. It's just more convenient because everyone, regardless of time zone, all operate on server time. Because server time is the... Dude, these bottoms are really cute. Big fan. Whoever made those, big fan. I did not know that they were from Island Sanctuary, despite having the other pieces from Island Sanctuary. I also don't... I will never understand this, but like all the like little quality of life things that exist, that is like technically cheating. I mean, it isn't. It isn't, and it's kind of stupid that it goes under cheating. But yeah, no, for all the... Bro, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh well, c'est la vie. Dude, do you know what I hate about streaming this game? It does not pick up smoothly on OBS. For some reason, regardless of if I'm streaming from the same PC or in this case, now that I'm like streaming from a different PC, it is still the like most jagged mess to look at, and it's like all jittery and cooked. But stream is like butter smooth. I also think that I could have like jammed some threes into this stairs. Definitely. Oh, well, I mean, I couldn't because I've spent every single item slot here. There is not a single item slot available for anything. But it is by far one of my best gardens. I am really pleased with the FC1 as well. But for like solo gardens, I think this is the best version I've had. I think mine is good. Mine is good. It's great even. But this is a different type of garden. Right? Same with this one. This is also a very different type of garden. It's meant to be like a social place, so I've tried to do that. but like make it cozy underneath the trees. Same with here. There is like a... Oh. What are they called? The something or other is bonfire or something. The like very Ishgardian looking one. This thing. I feel like I want to say it's knights or sentinels or something like that. Also, for some reason, the way this like kind of goes together, or like the shape of it, makes it like integrate really well with trees. So it looks like the trees are like growing out of it or around it, and I think that's really neat. Little place to practice. But yeah, the same happens over here. You have a cozy little place to sit. Also, if you're trying to play something and it doesn't want to go exactly where you want to put something, because you kind of want to put it on the edge of your lot, for instance, place it from storage. Figure out which way you want it placed. Like any item will auto place in a direction. If you figure out what that direction is, and then just line yourself up with where you want the thing to be. Like this thing, for instance, is off lot. By quite a good margin. But also, I'm last lot, so who cares? I'm not in the way of anyone. I actually saw someone use this for something else where they like placed something underneath it. I don't remember if it was like a bench or what it was, but they put something underneath here, which was a thing that I hadn't thought about at all, that I could utilize that space. Well, okay, that's not entirely true. I did think about it over here. I ended up not doing it and do a gravel path instead. But the idea was that I was gonna do gravel path, and then ended in these bushes, because I really like how this bush looks, and it takes color reasonably well. So I was going to stick some of those back here. But then I decided that I wanted to build out FC garden. So we did that instead. Because, and only reason I decided to do that was because these came out. And I thought these looked really nice, but they didn't belong anywhere. So we put some wildflowers in the back here. Closed off the backmost bit with some Valentine's Day rewards, I think they were. And we just fiddled until we could get all of these down. Which I think the way they clip into the gravel is really nice, and it makes it look like they aren't just floating. Also more wildflowers to just fill in this, because like clearly you're gonna be dropping seeds and whatnot when you're like waddling around trying to get your garden functioning. Because like I know these are wildflowers a lot of places, but they're domesticated flowers, and like 100% shop flower here. So I feel like they fit still. As like, oh yeah, of course, their stuff's happening. Okay, let's... Getting to this door is a lot easier when, oh my days, I placed this poster yesterday and I was having 0 issues, but today it's all cooked and I don't know why. I wonder if it has a priority when you place it. I think I went through... I think I went through like 6 or 7 different Moonfire glams yesterday because I couldn't find any bottoms that I liked. I really appreciate the people who have the tall characters, because they can use so many more different pieces. Like the Vieras and the Rogadin. Oh yeah, that was the thing that I was thinking about. That was the thing I was thinking about earlier when I was saying that I didn't understand why the devs, and then I cut myself off because I got distracted. I've seen so many classy, well done custom body sculpts lately. And I know that, like, there's two big customization ones in oh no, I have these. That's why they're there. There's two big customization ones. I know that they want that the community wants. It's obviously the butt slider, no shit. It's like the most requested feature, customization feature, I think, ever. It's been, I think it started as a meme back in like 2018 or something. It was like an established, it was considered a meme when I started playing in 2019. And when I returned in 2020, it was still like a meme. But after that, it is like slowly become this like mega want from the community. And like I don't necessarily blame them, because more character customization is always good. However, I do think that this is, I hate repeating myself, but I also feel like it's important to repeat ourselves when it comes to like topics like custom content. I will never understand, with all the creative people out there, there is body sculpts that work client side for every imaginable body type out there. Because yeah, that was the other thing. One of the other most or highest requested character customization features is muscle definition. Like, people want their characters to be like more toned, or in some cases absolutely fucking jacked, and you should have that be an option. But there's so insanely many custom character sculpts that I feel like if you could get like the best 5 or whatever, have the community goddamn vote about it, I don't care. And like implement them, because they are they're changed from here down. Some do go more excessively into it, but for the majority of body sculpts, they follow the original shear lines of the original textures. So get a couple of chubby ones, get a couple of chunky ones, get a couple of absolutely ripped ones, get something in between, and then like leave the original as is. I think in a day and age where Final Fantasy and its developers are on a modernizing change, like they're changing their stance on mods, they're changing their stance on oh, that sure is a place to hang out. We've talked about this plenty. They have like made proper changes to their stances. One of the things that are coming with this is that all the face shapes, like I'm never fucking changing this dumbass. Absolutely love her. She's great. But yeah, one of the new big changes coming is that faces, aura faces are no longer tied to horns. You can pick whatever face and whatever horn combo you want, because that's like one of the most downloaded mods out there. But also no cats today? Yeah, cat. Okay. Sorry, I'll borrow your face real quick. This little war paint is a part of this face texture. You can't take it off until now. It's coming now with Evercold. I think it's going to be an 8.1 change. But yeah, this war paint is going away. And that is also a thing that, like, it's been talked about in the past. That is something that they would never do, because Yoshida and some of the director team feel really strongly about the Final Fantasy XIV lore, which I think is well within their right to do. Like, I absolutely think that you should care deeply about the stuff that the product you're providing. Absolutely agree. I also think that it's correct to realize that for a lot of people, their lore has, like, their character lore has nothing to do with whatever tribe they came from. And has everything to do with what city-state they started in. And I don't think if your character lore, like your own character lore, is that you grew up in, is that your character grew up in Alta or in um or in Limsa or is an Ishgardian transplant or in whatever the case may be. I don't think that I don't think that tribal war paint actually makes any sense. I think it's really cool to have the option if you want to like be true to like the lore of the race that you're playing. So I think it's more options is always more better. You can't lose having more options than what you previously had. And I think doing away with the face paint or like making it optional. Sorry, the tribal war paint. That is like officially what it is. I don't think making that optional is a bad thing. Because I don't think that for a lot of people that they feel like their character is from a wandering tribe. Because it's pretty undetermined, really. If you go look at, like, if you go back, like, start a new character and go back, it's pretty unclear if you're coming to that region for the first time or if you're returning to that region or if you're from some other place in Eorzea or like oh yeah, that doesn't matter at all. We have a quest. Farfar looks like she's been rolling around in the snow. Greetings. Your continued efforts at keeping the altar maintained have been much appreciated. Seeing it in pristine shape seems to set the spirits' hearts at ease, and our friendship grows stronger by the day. They accept our offerings with glee and seek opportunities for play more often than ever before. If you have a free moment, come visit us at Sigurte the Open Armed. The spirits would be overjoyed to see you, I'm sure. This do be actually a really nice way to get your stuff leveled. Highly recommend. Big feast for you. Is it good? Is it delicious? I offered this little one some Kirkariar, and it gave me this chunk of snow in return. It seems this is their idea of food. Well, who am I to deny such a gift? True. Also, like fucking out here up on a mountain, that cleared snow is gonna be like as clear as drinking water. Play with us. Come, hide in the snow and we search for you. Won't find me this time. You think I was ever scared of such a little thing? Oh. Snowman. Yes. Spitting image, don't you agree? I was hoping he had a follow-up line. He doesn't. The crafty one comes, craftiest of all. We put the story of the crafty one on the big rock. The spirits remember you well, the artisan who helped them forget rage and remember joy. They understand that the living sepulchre is where memorable things are recorded. If you don't mind, we might dedicate a section to you. I would be honored to be part of the Okoi's history. Good. Story of the hands of Sigurthe would be incomplete without mention of your many contributions. You have my personal thanks as well for helping us find our way through this crisis. I can't get more reputation. That's why I took the reward. But I will be getting a new quest at some point. I don't know where the new quest is. I might have to go look at some patch notes. Did you visit with the snow spirits? Yes. Crafty one has our gratitude. With so many new friends, we will never be bored. Have my gratitude as well. Your skill has helped us rebuild our relationship with the spirits into something even stronger than it was before. Speaking of which, I have noticed something peculiar during our interactions. When the spirits play, it seems to enhance the ice energy in the surrounding air. This causes freshly fallen snow to bond more closely with old layers, making them much less likely to separate. This means that the snow spirits were never directly responsible for the avalanches. In fact, by frolicking with Darth Torgor, they prevented countless disasters. Darth Torgor lives inside us. We are together always. I love that they actually figured their shit out together. Could never have come this far without you. You'll always be welcome in Sigurthe the Open-Armed. Once things settle down, I plan on making my own sculpture. And from this day forward, the spirits and the Okoi shall walk side by side. Torgor is proud. I can feel it. That being said, there's still work to be done before we can rest. If you would lend us your skills again, we would happily accept the aid. Come again, crafty one. That's a weird place to end this, no? It's beautiful though. The stuff that we've made here. Your reputation has increased to Blood Sworn. Receive experience point bonus upon completing daily quests. Now I have access to a wider selection of wares. Shippity-ping. Oh, also, chat. Oh, they weren't people I could interact with, but that is cool that they actually come here. Chat. In your user settings, under security and privacy, there is a setting you need to change. All the way at the bottom. All the way at the bottom. There is a... There is a setting you need to uncheck. Because Twitch has opted you into being subject to training Amazon's AI. Our literal replacements. It's like, as much as I hate everything about it, and I was disappointed and mad that they YouTube implemented it as well. Most of what YouTube used that information for, I have always been opting out, but like, But most of the things they used that information for was moderating. They trained an AI on real data to learn how generative AI works, so that they could detect AI videos and moderate AI videos. So, like, grateful that it was an opt-out. I think that stuff like that, if you're clear about what you're using it for, I still think it should be an opt-in. But I think you have to be at minimum you should be honest with what that data is going to do. And it's very clear if you look at the thing and you read the article that goes with it. Also, I want you to keep in mind that this thing is so goddamn intrusive that the two people presenting it, Mike Minton and Kate something, they do not want it on their channels. They showed on stream to turn it off and kept it off on their personal channels because it's so intrusive. But Mike I think it's Minton he's called. He is like Chief Product Officer, some other C-suite BS name. Like title name. It's something product. And he has no fucking idea how the product works. What do you mean? He couldn't answer. So they announced this and then they did, Twitch does a press conference called the patch notes whenever they do something that is very unpopular. But it's not to listen to the community, it's to try to convince the community that they're right. But then they take some questions to like pretend like we're all on the same team. But he couldn't answer a single question. Like he wasn't trying to be obtuse and being like, I can't answer that. You could just see the panic set in as he was asked questions and he was like, I genuinely do not know. And he didn't know anything about the product that he's forcing down our throats. Revoltjaw is about to take a break. Pride of Mamuk. Perfect timing. Do you have a moment? Boltzai has some new recipes he'd like someone to try, so I thought you could come along. Great, then let's go find him at the kitchen. Also, can we talk about how, like, the most important story thing was, like, relegated to this? So, for those who have done the Right to Succession part of story, which you have done if you're more than halfway through and have seen Solution 9, there is a quest in there where you meet this lad of the Chabral. Isn't Chabral what they're called? I'm suddenly unsure. And he's like, yeah, because of, like, the assassins sent forth by the people of Mamuk, they almost killed my daughter, and I had to send her away. And it's kind of hard for me as the leader of Ikbrash to see my daughter here again after so many years. And then you're introduced to this big ass bit, and you're like, what do you mean? Like, the camera pans to Woklamat, and it's like, it's very clear that she has ended up as adopted into the royal family because she was saved from being murdered by the people of Mamuk. Which is like, it's a fun little tidbit, but it's like, you're sitting there and you're like, excuse you? What do you mean? And then you hear nothing else. We make some tacos, and everyone is like, yeah, we'll be friends. And then you have to do 5 levels of quests down here to figure out what happened and how this resolves. This is like mega crucial, and it's also like kind of just a by note or like a footnote in this quest line too. But we did get a lot more details about it in the last quest, where it's like, it was explained how it happened, and they finally made up, and forgiveness was brought, and apologies sent, and everything. But like, it was kind of insane that you had to like go through all of this side content that spans multiple weeks. All right. You're also Meg as well. Good, good. Have a seat. Don't mind if we do. Let's see. It isn't Omega and Revoltron. Well, that smells amazing. Volt saying, give me a Tika Selvas quick as you can. You're on the job, fool. We've just stopped by for a delivery, and next we've got our patrol. Straighten up now. But I could just down it in a gulp. Never mind. After I get back from patrol then. See you later. Be back for that. Balls. Have one ready. Oh. His storyline too is like kind of impressive. Visits like these from the Brethren or other folk from Ekbarash have become more and more commonplace. It fills me with pride to see it. But that aside, we were having a seat. Double draw. I've got a question about our next crop rotation. Could you spare a moment? Sorry, I'll be right back. Busy as ever, I see. Everyone wants Revoldra's ear these days. I thought I could give the poor lad some peace by having him try a new dish. Sorry. Let's eat, shall we? Got 3 different projects I'm working on, and I'd be much obliged if you try one of them. Which will it be? Mystery soup. Fucking easy. Feeling adventurous, are we? Well, I won't tell you what goes in it, lest I spoil the surprise. Without further ado. Bracing yourself, you take a spoonful of the mystery soup. You might as well have shoved a handful of ash into your mouth. Deeply regret your decision. No need to give me your thoughts. All is written plain in your face. I'll eventually be adding these dishes to the menu, so come by whenever you have a hankering. Oh, that is so bad. Oop. Did you fix your setting? Before you, like... Well, you should be safe here, but... What? Well... Twitch... or Amazon has forced Twitch to turn on AI training on all streams, character profiles, chat messages, assets, panel tabs, titles, VODs, clips, replies. Anything that is tied to your account. It is under your profile up in the top right hand corner if you're on browser. settings, then privacy and security, and then you scroll all the way down and you'll see that it's on by default. There's some problems for iOS users where the setting seems to not turn off when you try to turn it off. If you reload the site, it might actually turn itself on again. So please do this thing in browser. And also go back and make sure that it actually turned off. Because some are reporting it's isolated to iOS, some are reporting that it might be like site-wide. I have not had a problem. I turned the thing off immediately and it was fine. Off. Nice. Yeah, I figured that you probably didn't want to give Amazon the rights to your author friend's book cover. Or like any of the many emotes you've made, or also, that's all fucked. I know. It's bad. It's disappointing. That is actually what it is. I understand that. It's like the biggest thing in tech right now as users was 13 years ago. But like, this has to collapse at some point. I wonder if you can use... I am really, really tempted to give up on all of purple. Again. I don't know. I like multi-streaming. I like having multiple platforms going in case there is like a data issue with one of them. Like, I'm all for the redundancy. So I have no idea where else I would stream. Because like Twitch, Kick, and any of the other... Only a second, so much stuff to do. Go fucking turn off your settings. Because I bet you didn't do that. You're on browser, top right. Your icon in the top right corner of the site. Click it, go to settings, go to privacy and security. Scroll all the way down and uncheck the thing that says AI training. That really depends on when. if I'm gonna be completely honest. Also, there is no more streaks because they feel predatory and I hate them. So streaks are dead. Option there on mobile, not on the Android version. You have to open it on browser, but it should be available to you if you open just the page in any browser. Doesn't matter if it's on phone or on your PC. Yeah, no, I have killed it. It's gone. Yeah, no, I can definitely play that with you some night. Sure. Yeah, I was Zach Busey or whatever the fuck he's called. Who does all the like the insider things in regards to Twitch. It's this really weird like 20 game series of like puzzle games. Highly recommend at least watching them. They are really fun games. Oh yeah. Yeah, it was the thing that Create Mode did a marathon for a couple of weekends ago. When I refused to stream because I wanted to lay on the couch and eat snacks and watch those puzzle games. And I had an absolute blast for like 30 hours in a row, and it was amazing. I thought it was made in a way where you could play it alone. Didn't we look into that when you were doing your marathon? Wasn't that like 2-player optional? Oh, that's lame. I thought it was... I understood it as it was 2-player optional. Also, for anyone else listening, fucking go turn off your goddamn AI scraping consent. Especially if you have mine or Create Mode's emotes. New game drops tomorrow. Yeah. No, it's today, isn't it? Isn't it the 13th? I think it's the thing, because Jesse and Dodger talked about that on Geekenders last weekend, and they look at like releases for the next week, and they do their the Geekenders episode on Saturday. That you do all your IRL stuff, dude. It is completely fine. Yeah, we will continue reading our quests because we will get another quest after this. We'll get a completely different quest that like unites all the projects once we do this one. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna finish this quest. I'm gonna take a break, get up, move around, stretch, blah blah. Then when I come back, we will do the last one. I don't know where it starts, so I have to figure that out. I have to hand it to Bonsing. He really comes up with the most unique cuisine. Seeing everyone dine here makes me realize that food has become something more than just a means of survival for Mamook. It's become a source of joy. Happy side effect perhaps, but I'm grateful nonetheless. Anyway, I have to go and chat with Anger. Apparently, she wants to consult me on something. Care to join? Sure. Oh, Omega, you came along too. This works out nicely then. I wanted to tell you that Gokolma has been offered a place in the Turali Agricultural Association. Outside communities have officially come to recognize our efforts. Given how well our goals have been accomplished, I think it only natural that I consider a new pursuit. No! You don't mean you're returning to Charlian? Oh, heavens, no. Only meant to say that I intend to pursue a study of selective breeding. Crops more bountiful, flavorful, and nutritious than we have yet developed. Mamook's economy and reputation would surely stand to benefit. Yet, the thought that Gokolma might rise to the heights of horticultural excellence is what thrills me. Don't you agree? Of course, I can think of no better way to show how much Mamook has changed. We may even convince more folks to return from Toyal. As a Mamuldra, Mamook is and always will be my homeland. I can now hold my head high when I say that. And that's only because you both were here to help. Thank you. Can't say it enough. Well, I'll keep doing what I can to help Anger with the research. So if you ever find the time and inclination, feel free to stop by. We'll be waiting. Ready to show you a gainery, the likes of which you've never seen. Cute. Bloodsworn. More stuff. So I'm assuming that the quest starts in Tuliolal proper. Or, yeah. Fancy branches. Fascinating that they're technically plants. Hang on. Oh yeah, I for anyone who was here yesterday when I was trying to I was driving myself mad trying to figure out the the bottoms that I really wanted for my summer glam. I found them. They're in the they were hiding in the island sanctuary. I had just grabbed the top and the hands. Okay. Turing Toral. That is probably our last quest. Bro, I read this and thought I was out of money. Oh my days, my heart. Of course. That's a natural thing to come back with. Someone's goddamn roof. Okay. Genuine question. This number. This is what it sells for. Like if you just sell it to a vendor. Why would you undershoot or like undercut this specific price? That is so stupid. These are worth nothing. Well, 250. So those I was having a think and then immediately had my think answered by turning the corner. That is kind of neat though, that you have these like shallows that aren't. I've never stopped to actually appreciate how this actually functions. That's brilliant, actually brilliant. Why is there no place for me to float and chill? That seems rude. Yeah. You have to be like swimming. Okay, I'm gonna get up and move around a little. Because my body is all sorts of crunchy after my workout thing. I don't know. My workout today was like ridiculously heavy for absolutely no reason. I was like shivering and shaking and weak-legged and everything when I was done today. And I have no idea why. I think it was mainly because it was all upper body yesterday. So I had more time to like recover, so I got to like I can really feel how sore my legs are today. Alright. I'm gonna get up and move around. Y'all should probably do the same. Get up, have a stretch. And refresh your drinks. That's still important. We're only in the first half of August, so you still need them fluids. And yeah, I'll see you all in just a little bit. I have a video file playing on this scene, and I don't know what it is. Oh well, c'est la vie. Chat. What you doing? You doing stuff and things and stuff? Maybe. Did you have a stretch? I am guessing, I am not sure, but I'm guessing that this is the quest we want to do. Silly Holly. Touring to roll. Today Holly wears a tired but fulfilled expression on her face. Why, if it isn't our special advisor, you'll be pleased to know that business is booming at the Turali Travel Agency. I've scarcely had time to rest my feathers, in fact. But what about you? How goes the adventuring profession? Truth be told, I'm feeling a touch fatigued. To think that even you tire. Can't imagine the string of escapades that put you in such a state. But I'm certain you've earned some leisure time. Oh, that reminds me. Ofkesa said he wished to discuss a certain matter with you. If you have a moment, could you stop by the E3? He and Liplu must want you to be part of this new plan they're cooking up. Now, I should go and greet our newest arrivals. It's always a pleasure to see you. Okie doke. That was indeed the quest we wanted. So this will take us to the travel agency, and from the travel agency, we'll have to go to Mamuk to get produce, and then we'll probably have to go to the Okoi to get that never melting ice or something to be able to transfer that food. Would be my guess. Also, I love this new mount. It is incredible. It's so good. Yeah, for those who haven't done the Moonfire Fair and yet, this is one of the rewards. You also get some housing items, posters, and some outdoor floaties that you can put in your garden. So, for now, it might be best for you to start preparing the ingredients. Can you manage? It may end up being quite a guest list. The more the merrier. Now, speaking of which, a guest of honor graces us with their presence. Been keeping busy on my own? Why, hello. What brings you to the Trolley Travel Agency this day? Sally Holly told me to come. I see. It was fortunate that you ran into Sally Holly. There is indeed a certain matter we'd like to discuss with you. You see, we've heard from our customers and fellow merchants about recent developments in both Erkopacha and Bamuk. It seems both settlements have been revitalized by ambitious new ventures. Apparently, these endeavors flourished thanks in part to the tireless contributions of a lone traveler, whose many skills helped pave the way from shaky beginnings to steadfast success. As I heard more and more of these stories, I became certain of who this lone traveler was. I believe she stands before me now, in fact. Aw. That's cute that you get a little reminder of all the things you did if you did these from like when they were new. Each experience brought me closer to Tyrol's people. I'm kind of disappointed that we're leaving Tyrol already. I knew it. I could imagine no one else, as I heard of the traveler's many selfless feats. Glad to know it was you. Now I'm certain you're the right woman for the little task I need help with. Do you mind delivering 2 missives for me? I'm hoping to reach out to the people in charge of these new ventures at Sigurte the Open Armed and Gokolma, if I remember correctly. Looking to expand the offerings of the Tyroli Travel Agency? Not yet, not yet. Before such considerations, I feel there is something we should all do together first. My inner abacus is telling me there is no better time to grasp this opportunity than now. We're planning to propose a little joint venture is all. For now, though, we have to keep the details close to the chest. Sorry for the secrecy, but believe me when I say it'll benefit everyone involved. Knew we could count on you. I suppose it only makes sense to visit the closer destination first, Sigurte the Open Armed. While you're taking care of that, we'll be about our own preparations. Farewell for now. Yes. Yes, and off we fuck. You far. I wonder, this was a thing that I thought about after, because I started reading about the ship names, because I was after FanFest, when we got to know the names of 2 of the regions. I started looking into the ship names, because like there was something familiar about them, but I couldn't really place them. But they said that they had taken like a lot of inspiration from Norse mythology, so I started there, naturally. And that ship, the first ship they showed us with the Not the round one, but the other one, the white one with water elemental crystal on it. That is the ship of death. Well, technically, it's the ship that starts the apocalypse. Because if you watch the FanFest keynote from Berlin, I streamed the entire thing. I might put up the VOD. I haven't fully decided yet. Let's see how much trouble I'm in. Also, it's a 9-hour thing, so I should probably cut it down a little. I kind of want to cut it down to like just the keynote. But I also don't know if I should like watch the keynote again, take some notes, and make a keynote video. Well, we would probably do it on stream because I don't know how to record anything else. But yeah, that first trip we saw, Nagelfar. It's the ship of the dead. It is being used by the dead to bring forth Ragnarok. And as the name suggests, it's made up of the finger and toenails of the deceased, which is why it's so important in Norse death rituals to prep the body and cut their nails and like make them presentable. It's because every bodily nail or every human nail contributes to the making of this ship. So the better you prepare the deceased, the less material goes into the Nagelfar. I think that is a wild name for your survival airship. I mean, the other one, the round one, the Ringhorn, it's fucking no better. It has some insane story as well. It is some absolute clownery, and I highly recommend that you like take a second to read about it, or like find a video that talks about it or something. It is some incredible lore behind these two specific names. We're also very unsure what the last pips will be. Oh, wow. It's good to see you. Have you come to lend a hand again? Well, a letter from the Trolley Travel Agency? Let me see. Yes. Have you by chance read this letter? I thought so. Then I shall keep the surprise. I meant that it may come as a surprise that Blue considers you her special advisor, no? Then I suppose there is no need for you to read the letter after all. Certainly not. In any case, I think I shall read the rest of the letter together with Briarger. In the meantime, you should go speak with Rigard Terthing. The spirits ask daily when you will come and play with them. They will be overjoyed to see you. I can't ever remember. I remember the structure. It's a 3-syllable naming system. However, I don't remember what alphabet pronunciations you use, so I feel kind of helpless with these things. It's like 3 letters, 3 letters, 3 letters. But I don't remember what language they're based on. So I'm sure I'm butchering it. Fine. It's probably mega fine, maybe. Also, if you see me play this game and you've never played this game and you're, I don't know, you were a Lost Ark player or a Destiny player or whatever, and you're trying to figure out if you want to delve into something else with like a long time commitment, this has one of the best free trials out there. You get to play, I want to say 80% of the game. So it happens, this game's free trial, it extends per expansion released. And it's 2 expansions behind. So you get to play all of the like re-release 2.0 Realm Reborn. You get to play Heaven's Ward, which is one of the best stories fucking ever. You get Stormblood and you get Shadowbringers. Shadowbringers is the one that like caused this to go mainstream and turn up in like normal everyday media the same way that World of Warcraft has done in the past. Not to the same extent, like people weren't ruining their lives because fucking COVID was a thing and we were all on hold. But yeah, if you like have considered that maybe you want to play something new, this has a free trial. Don't buy anything, just like download the game, make your account, and play for free. There is absolutely no reason to buy this if you haven't played before. Just hop in. If you're a controller player, good news. It fucking supports controller. You can play all the things on controller. It utilizes D-pad plus buttons and left and right trigger to activate your different buttons. So all of this is possible to click on a controller. So if you're if you prefer controller to mouse and keyboard, you can still play. It is surprisingly efficient. I have recently bought this on the Switch 2 because it just came out on the Switch 2 and I clearly have an account. Because like we've been playing this for 6 years. And I've never played on controller before. It is surprisingly smooth playing on controller. It takes a little getting used to. Definitely. But like, you can do it. Your character moves around the targets. You don't have to like think about how you're strafing. You just strafe and your character moves. And it's like locked in. It's kind of neat how it functions. And then all you have to do is like focus on having the right bars active, which you do with like left and right trigger. I'd highly recommend if you're feeling a little lost because like your game has recently shut down. Give it a try. Play the free trial. Like hop in, test the waters. It might not be for you, but you should absolutely just download and try. It is available on pretty much everything. You can play it on the Switch 2. If you have a Switch 2, you can play it on the Xbox Series, whatever. If you have one of those, it's on PS4 until 2.5 years from now. The next expansion post Evercold, which is the new expansion that comes out in January, will be the first one without PS4 support. If you have a PS5, you're pretty much good to go until, I don't know, at least the next 2 expansions. If you're on PC, then obviously this game runs on a goddamn toaster. And if you're wondering how toaster optimized is this game, if I played on the ROG Ally, which is a handheld PC ever so slightly more powerful than the Steam Deck, I get about 40 to 50 FPS in most areas. It just fucking works, dude. It is really, really neat. So yeah, if you bought a mid-range PC in the last probably 10 years, you should be good. I also did a bunch of data collection. So if you're like wondering if your shit will run or like how many frames you're gonna get, there is a good chance that we have some equivalent hardware in the list for the benchmark. And I will probably be able to tell you roughly how well it'll run. But if you're like on a 1080p screen and you're running like a 2060 or better, equivalent or better, you'll get like pretty much 60 FPS or better. It'll be, if you run it unlocked, it'll be rough in like the biggest social areas, but that's because you're CPU bound. Even my 5900X struggles with that. But like doing activities, I would be very surprised if you see anything below 60 FPS. Heck, out here, I'm like, admittedly, my PC is fairly decent. I'm running a RTX 4080. But I'm also on 40 and 40p. You'd see that if you watch the YouTube stream. The YouTube stream runs at 40 and 40p. But yeah, like out here in the like empty, which is where you'll be spending most of your time. Out here in the empty where you'll be spending most of your time, I'm getting like 230 plus FPS. And that is on pretty much max settings. I have some things that I personally turn off just because I don't care. They don't change the experience for me, but they also don't change FPS that much. So you can probably just like, if you start with maximum or desktop high, all you really have to do to get like a bunch of frames back is take this thing, which will default the quality, set it as standard. It does absolutely fucking nothing to the visuals of your game, but you get like 20 FPS back. I would also turn off these two settings. If you decide to try this and you want to and you have any questions, please let me know. I'll do whatever I can to help out. So yeah, that's my pitch for this game. The water is fine over here. It is also guaranteed to run for at least another 10 years. Just saying. Oh, actually, once you've done your free trial and you're like, oh, this is the game for me. There is no like hocus pocus to it. You just buy the most recent expansion and everything else is included. It is, however, a subscription-based game. And it's like $65 every 180 days if you don't have like extra retainers and companion app subscriptions and whatever, which, you know, I do. I pay like $100 But is it 150 euros, I think, every 180 days? But also, don't buy that many games throughout the year, so I don't really care. But that is something to think about. As long as you, like, don't buy anything, you can play the free trial forever. You get to do all the endgame activities at that level. It's all good. So, that's worth thinking about, I guess. If you're considering it, just... I don't know, you can shoot me a DM fucking anywhere. I am under the same username on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Discord, Twitch, YouTube, Kick. I have secured my username over there. So yeah, if you have any questions and I'm not live, I'm on every single platform. So, you know, just like click the little message button. And I'll gladly help if it's doing content or... Okay. Specifically with doing content. If you want carries, you have to be on the Chaos Data Center in the European region. If you just want someone to like run some duties with every now and again, I have a character on Leviathan, which is like in its low 40s, I think. So I should probably spend some time trying to catch that up. But that's it. Now I want to do my quest. Look, the crafty one has come. Omega has come. Indeed she has. Here to play with the spirits. Record Terte's joy reflects my own. It's always an honor to meet with the hero of your pedigree. The hands can always use the aid of one such as you. You're here to deliver a letter from the Trolley Travel Agency? They've become the talk of Thrall as of late, and you say you're their special advisor? You do get around, don't you? I do. Yet you have not read the letter yourself? Curious. Given the agency's purpose, perhaps they intend to cooperate with the Okwoi to attract more sightseers to this place. If that were the case, surely they would have come themselves. I recall the concern is... the concern is managed by the self-same siblings who oversaw the alpaca wool bedding emporium. And I know they prefer face-to-face business dealings. That being said... With the lion's share of the restoration work finished, many of the artisans are eager to start their next project. Such a proposal could provide that opportunity and breathe even more life into Urkopacha. We know not what business and project mean. Are you saying more little people like you will come? Well, it's too soon to say for certain. If that were the case, however, would you greet them happily? We would. More people means more friends to play with. Together we can remember all the friends who came before. Oh, I see the spirits have taken to the Okoi way of thinking. Nothing could make me happier. If we play more, then more snow will fall. The frost blooms will blossom and everyone will smile. Farafar will smile too, yes? Most certainly. We knew it. Can we play now, Crafty One? I don't think you can refuse, nor do you wish to. We have pressing matters to attend to ourselves, but it's simply impossible to deny Ryokor. To be honest, the two of us have been hard-pressed to keep up with the spirits during their games. With you on our side, perhaps the odds will even out. Less talking, more playing. Look at this altar. This game being based on something from 2010 looks incredible. That was so much fun. Thank you, Crafty One. Positively drenched, but so long as Ryokor is satisfied, I'm glad to risk a little frostbite. Well played, everyone. That staff, though. After all that, perhaps some time to warm up and rest would be well advised. Farfar has surely read the letter by now, so why don't you return to shelter? Come back again, Crafty One. We'll be waiting. That stuff is incredible. That looks like it looks like a blue mage weapon, honestly. I can tell by the snow on your clothes that you indulge the spirit's playful whims. I hope that you look forward to visiting us as much as we look forward to welcoming you. Now, I believe I have kept you waiting for long enough. You're curious about the letter, yes? Liplu wrote of her plans for the future. Sounds marvelous, so could you please tell her that I would be honored to be a part of it? Oh, we have to go back and forth. Unfortunately, I'm unable to share any more than that. While your curiosity must be eating away at you, rest assured everything will be made clear soon enough. Judging by what I read, it seems your next destination is Gokolma in Mamuk. May your travels be swift. As for myself, preparations must be made for Liplu's endeavor. I look forward to seeing you again soon. Okie doke. And off we go. What the fuck? Oh, that is such a cool mount. A thing that I really like about this game and its like attention to detail things is that like mount scale. Like, for instance, my chicken here is to scale to me and not the size Not like the standard size of chicken. It's Lalafell lad. Will have a smaller chicken, and the taller races will have bigger chickens. Hello! Come to see how we're getting along. Oklahoma is more prosperous than ever, I'm glad to say. Since joining the Tirali Agricultural Association, we've gained more and more customers from outside Mamuk. We've even arranged a trial partnership for our crops to be used at a taco shop. When I went to Tolial to deliver them, I heard some relatives of mine were returning to Mamuk for a visit. They're eager to see what change has come to the city. Apparently, they're bringing along their younglings, so we're arranging to have them ride on a branch bearer. A bird's eye view of the granary is sure to leave a positive impression. That's about it for what's new around here. How have things been with you? I love that we don't answer, we're just like, fucking read. A letter you say? Oh, let's have a look. The Trolley Travel Agency. I've heard people talk of it in the capital. Wait, you're their special advisor? You do have friends everywhere, don't you? What else is in this letter? Let's see. Think Anger should read this as well. While we're doing that, why don't you pay a visit to the kitchen? Teatro is there to help Boltzang prepare a new dish. Gotholja should be around too. I think they'll all be glad to see you. Once we've read the letter, I'll meet you at the kitchen. Until then. Okie doke. Is that a mega? You've come just in time. All Boltzang has been struck with inspiration and whipped us up a delicious new dish. Well, I heard a few former Mamuk residents were returning from Toliol. I sensed an opportunity to use my cooking to show them how much their old home has changed, and the culinary wheels began to turn. And besides, while the Tika Salvas has earned a reputation among visitors, we mustn't rest on our laurels as artisans. True. Revolta and the others poured their sweat and tears into the granary, and our relations with the Tribunal have at last started to improve. Teatro and the other hunters can visit without fear of menacing stares or harsh words. Mamuk has changed. The entirety of Yoctel has changed. For the better, of course. But not everyone knows this, and it's our job to spread the good tidings. According to Revolta, while our crops are proving popular among those outside these canopies, people are still very wary to step foot within Yoctel. Mamuk has had a reputation as an inhospitable place for so long that many treat it as fact. Even I refused to believe it had changed until I saw it with my own eyes. But your food will get people thinking differently. They won't just hear about the change, they'll taste it. I would gladly volunteer for any flavor testing you might need. I would have you sample my work as well. my newest creation is called... wait, Moshtel? Meaning Forest's Radiance. Meaning Forest Radiance in our tongue. I've deep fried the shining jewel peels and placed them atop a hearty soup. Oh no. Oh no, not the soup. The soup was kinda scary last time. It tasted nothing but ash. Apologies for the wait, I must say. Your friend Liplu certainly has some interesting ideas. After discussing it with Anger, we've decided to help bring them to fruition. We'd like to begin preparations at once, but wanted to first confirm that the event is being held at Urkapacha. I don't know. Oh, you don't know. But if you aren't there, then... well, John, perhaps we'd better leave this matter be for now. For the time being, could you help Liplu... could you tell Liplu that we will happily take part in our plan? I hope we'll be seeing you again soon. I could talk cooking with you until the sun sets and rises again. I can barely believe the stories of the meals you've eaten. Please, you have to tell us more about the world's food next time. As for what I was saying before, we'll handle that ourselves. Give Liplu our regards. Bro, someone made that awful... you should too. I don't like that. Hold on. Someone made that awful Charlian bread. So for anyone who has no idea what the fuck I'm talking about, the Charlians, they're a group of people, who are like committed to learning, and like in their infinite studies, they needed a food that was like optimally nutritious and took no time to make or consume. So they made like the world's most boring bread. And someone made something. It was like one of these like fucking goddamn health influencers made this like super calorie dense bread with like all the macros that you need within a day, and apparently it tastes like nothing. But it's like the perfect food, like objectively. And mind you, this bread in the world of Final Fantasy, this bread is so boring that someone who were studying at this like super fancy university country, they gave up on their studies to become a chef. Having never eaten anything but this goddamn bread, the bread drove them mad, and they like gave up on their studies to become a chef, so that people could eat something other than this like god-forsaken, tasteless, nutritional bar thing. Oh, absolutely incredible. You returned at last. So, how was everyone? Did they have positive things to say about my letter? Well, they had a bunch of things to say about a bunch of things. They did? Well, that's a huge relief. And not that I doubted you for a moment, but their readiness to agree to my proposal shows me how hard you worked for their benefit. There was something else I was curious about. How have your friends been faring since becoming established? Well, I hope. There have been many few changes for everyone. Bro, that sneeze was so rough, I might have given myself a concussion. They've managed to find their footing and walk their own path. That's good to hear. They reached a milestone with your help and have the wherewithal to forge a future with their own hands. Much like we're doing here. News is heartening indeed. Now that everything is settled, the true work begins. Nice. Liflu has never wanted to leave hard work unrewarded. Allow me to thank you for delivering those letters. I'll also offer my apologies for sending you hither and thither for such a minor task. No doubt your feet ache and your back cries out for respite. I've had longer tricks. As expected from an adventurer of your caliber, you're positively in the... what in the fuck? Indefatigable. That is for sure a word. Still, you didn't walk quite the distance, so I encourage you to take some time off to rest at our guest lodgings. Come to think of it, despite all the trials and tribulations you've endured for our sake, I don't believe you've had a chance to stay with us. So how about it? Good. I anticipated you might agree to my suggestion, so your chambers are being prepared as we speak. Once they're ready, I'll have Genuhanu let you know. It shouldn't be long, but please make yourself at home in the meantime. Okay. Oh yeah, this was like just a tiny little patch when we started, and this is like gradually evolved. It is one of the very cool things that Final Fantasy 14 does, where it's like there is environmental changes to like to the zones when you do certain stuff like the Beast Tribes Society, Allied Society quest, sorry. Oh, is that... Omega, is that you? Oh, that is... French. I thought so. It's been so long, I'm not sure if you remember me. I do actually remember you. I don't know how to pronounce your name. But you're of the Potsworn, I remember. It's a pleasure to have a great you here of all places. Have you come for crafty tasks? No, actually, I'm a guest this time. You're lodging here? Good for you. You always seem so busy. It's heartening to know you have the time to recuperate. We're here on a delivery. Crafty goods have proven very popular as of late. Fortunately for me, customers have even made the journey all the way to Earthenshire to purchase them. Feel blessed that anyone would go to so much trouble for my work. You played no small part in guiding me upon this path, and for that I thank you. Slowly but surely, I have overcome the impulse to compare myself to others and become content simply knowing my crafts bring joy to so many. Seeds of that change were planted the day I met you in Woklamot. And every day since, I have become more certain that coming to Tural was the right choice. Yeah, this is someone we shared both with at the beginning of the expansion. Like, we didn't know anything about them. They were just like one of the many passengers. But you cannot let success make you lazy. The life of an artisan is one of constant improvement. When you're inspired with new ideas, quick tell Ready Rock at once. That way you will always have what you need for your crafty work. Since our business here is finished, it's about time we return to Earthenshire. Rest well, and may we meet again. Goodbye. Enjoy. Most hearty welcome to our special advisor. If you're ready to see a room, allow me to guide you. Must admit, attending to one such as you is quite the emotional experience. We owe you so much, and we aren't the only ones. We recently had a customer visit from distant Alexandria. They told us about the various troubles that had recently befallen their nation. It was you and your companions that saw them through those dark times. When I heard that our special advisor was risking life and limb for the sake of others, I was worried. But I was also in awe. You fly freely and nobly as the... Oh, shit, I don't remember. The key shot... I think. And the least we can do is offer you a place of respite from your trials. It's an honor, in fact. But here I go rambling again. Please allow me to show you to your room. Please make yourself at home. If there is anything you need, anything at all, you only need ask. But before I go, Liplu said that Vonkessa wished to speak with you. If you have a moment, could you visit the E3 later? Until then, please enjoy your stay. Do we get to see what... No, we do not. We do not. Look at this big place that we've made. Well, this is a surprise. Come to visit old friends? See you, the Trolley Travel Agency's first customer. I'm glad you remember. Then I suppose you also remember how much trouble we went through to ensure that Rossovbot had an unforgettable experience. I take it you finally found time to relax. I've become quite fond of this place myself, and since my first tour, I've arranged several more devoted entirely to fishing. He's a fishing fiend. And since fate has brought us together again, there is something I've wanted to tell you ever since our last meeting. Surely you've noticed the effect your actions have had on Tyrol. Long-standing issues that once gripped the nation now seem manageable. A change set in motion more than 80 years ago when Guljaja stemmed the conflicts plaguing the continent and founded Toliolal. His Landsguard made the roads safe and people could move more freely than ever before him. And with the Pelu Pelu given the mercantile reins, wares of all sorts flowed across Tyrol. But even so, its various peoples remained in their ancestral lands, following their established customs. The capital remained fundamentally separate. However, Guljaja had no intention of changing that. He understood that it would take time for a single nation of Tyrol to coalesce, and entrusted the next generation to see it realized. With the succession of new Dawn servants, that new generation has come, and the Trolley Travel Agency is but one of many enterprises reshaping our home. I hear that you aided some few of them, in fact. People will have more chances to explore unfamiliar lands, more chances for mutual exchange. And as we come to better know our neighbors, we will learn to come together as a nation and step forth into a brighter future. I was only adventuring as adventurers do. I see. You're only doing what comes naturally, lending a helping hand to those in need. I think actions that come so naturally to you would help revitalize a whole nation and the people who live within it. Such selflessness is truly moving. I'm grateful for your journey across Tyrol and for lending your strength to those you met. The Winger Reflection shall do its utmost to ride these favorable winds as far as we can. Now, I believe I've taken up enough of your time. Rest well. Oh, chat, for anyone listening who hasn't already, Twitch. Amazon has decided that Twitch is going to be a breeding ground for AI training material. So if you don't want all your stream VODs, clips, channel logos, banners, emotes, text, chat messages, titles to be training material, go to your top right in your browser, click the little icon, and go to settings, go to within settings, go to security and privacy, scroll all the way to the bottom because that's where they hid it, and uncheck the thing for consenting to AI training material. This is something everyone should do. Whether you're a streamer or a stream enjoyer, you should have that unchecked because it gives consent to steal all your data and put it into training data. And they will be using that training data to replace both. I'm assuming it's to replace both streamers and probably a good amount of what chat services exist. So, you know, good luck. Okay, we read further. Time passes as you reflect upon the countless adventures that brought you to this moment. Was that it? Disappointing. After a lengthy reverie, you recall that Wafkesa wishes to speak with you. Perhaps he is still about at the eatery. Oh, I missed that create mode was on. That's disappointing. Why did I do that to myself? Abod. Greetings. Hope you were able to take your mind off things for a bit. Face says it all. Here, cooked a little something up for you. I put my heart and soul into it, so you'd best hurry to your destination before it gets cold. Oh, speaking of, I'm starting to get hungry too. Didn't expect to be sent off so soon, did you? Louisoix waiting for you at the Panapelu retreat in Urkapancha. Some hot springs run by another Pelu, as I understand. But one thing before you go. I'll come out and say it. Back then, with Third Promise, all that kidnapping and whatnot, well, things weren't looking too bright after we ran into you. Of course, you were only doing right by our allies. But we'd never taken such a beating as you gave, nor been hounded so relentlessly afterwards. You were scared to death. When I saw you again, I was certain my final day had come. But instead, my days have been full of making food I love and watching customers enjoy it. My old crew and I aren't even earning an honest wage. Not bad for a bunch of former ne'er-do-wells. Not bad at all. Our past crimes forgiven and our apologies taken at face value. All by the grace of you and Liplu. We owe you both a debt of gratitude we can never repay. Still, maybe this meal will go some small way towards evening the scales. Best be off turn Cleopatra. Okay, off we go. Do we get an item? Yeah. A hefty packed meal. I think unicorn. Oh yeah, there's also a campaign for anyone who is playing. You can get your pink rainbow unicorn. It is 3 gift subs. Specifically gift subs. Why would you look at that? There you are. We've been waiting for you. Did you bring the food Bob Castle made? That's cute. Good, good. Thank you for carrying it all this way. Now, shall we begin? On behalf of all of those who work towards the betterment of Yoktural, I'd like to welcome the guest of honor, you. That's cute. Terribly sorry for keeping everything so secretive. I worried that you might shy away from attending this party if you knew what we were about. I knew from the very first moment. My, how perceptive. Though I shouldn't be surprised. Thank you then for playing along with this little game. Originally, we had planned to hold this event at the travel agency, but as we heard more and more about your exploits around Thrall, we began to envision something greater. An event that would bring together everyone you've helped. We've been wanting to thank you for everything you've done, so Liplu's invitation provided the perfect opportunity. Voltse made almost too much food for us to carry. And we brought Kirkariad, the Snow Spirit's favorite libation, among other traditional Yokoi fare. Hope everyone eats and drinks their fill. Ryokor Terte and the other spirits even expressed interest in coming. Perhaps their winds will guide them here at some point. Look around you. All these people from across Tyrol are here because of you. To show their gratitude to a dear friend. Even so, a smaller matter weighs heavily on the hearts of all present. You see, while you were a highly valued contributor to our project, we scarcely knew anything about you. Admittedly, the challenges we faced left us with little time for leisure, but even so. People speak of your exploits in Tulial quite often, and with each new story, I learned more and more of who you are. It made me realize how little we actually know of your life, and that made me feel somewhat sad. More than advisor, helper, or artisan, I'd like to know you as a person. Dude, I hope there is actually as much food as they have been bragging about, because if we're gonna go through the story, we've been traveling through time, we've killed God, we've traveled back through time, we've killed God. We've been on different reflections, killed God. It's been a journey, for sure. We all feel that way, you can be sure. So if it isn't too much trouble, we'd like you to tell us all about your life, both within Thrall and without. But before that, why don't you change into something less dusty from travel? This is a party after all, and we'd like you to relax. All present are eager to speak with the guest of honor. Why not match their festive mood with equally festive attire? Battle will not be required of you during this quest. Do I... I mean, we're at Hot Springs, are we not? We are. Are you wearing that to the party? Yes. Very well. Now bring out the food and drink. That is so much food. I absolutely love the music in this game. Careful. Oh. He's like, I got this. I just wandered off the ledge. Ooh. Oh, I love that so much. Final Fantasy does this thing really well where it's like super serious when it has to be super serious, but also like the biggest clown show when they get an opportunity. It is absolutely magical. That is every Final Fantasy, by the way. It's not just this one. I was kind of expecting, not gonna lie. I was kind of expecting to have to talk to them individually and like select a story. What a grand time that was. Were you able to forget your worries, even if but for a moment? Our next party should be at the travel agency. That's a great idea. That way Wabkesa and anyone who couldn't make it this time can join. We can close the travel agency for a day and have a proper celebration. Of course, we'll invite everyone again. Wook, Evu, Sia, and Moblu would also love to come. Yes, let's do another sooner rather than later. Now, I'm sure the others would like to speak with the guest of honor. Why don't you indulge them? This has been a long quest. It's been a pleasure listening to your many fantastic tales. But even after hearing your stories, I have trouble imagining them. One day, I hope to see those space carts with my own eyes. Your journey gives us the motivation we need to make the Gainery even better. You might even hear talk of Gokgolma and whatever far-flung locale your next adventure takes you. And with outside orders increasing by the day, maybe it's time to dream bigger, be more ambitious. We'll make the people of Momok proud. I forgot to mention, Farfar, Anger, and I came up with an interesting idea. We want to see what Liplu thinks, and we hope you'll stick around to hear our thoughts. Farfar. Can't remember the last time I stopped worrying about my duties and simply lived in the moment. Not since Star Torgor's passing, I think. Yet, when I saw reoccurring Terte's joyrate so plain on its face, I realized and knew all the work was worth it. With Sigurte in the open arm now restored, the time has come to look towards the future, to take this precious opportunity to decide how we wish to live our lives. Can only hope that means more business opportunities for us. I shall leave the counting of coin to Master Nopling. Yet, if you ever require protection for any reason, I'm always willing to lend my arm. Glad for the offer. Speaking of which, we had a proposal of our own to share with Liplu before departing. I am glad I had the chance to speak with you, as well as everyone else gathered here. Cute. At the risk of repeating myself, I'd like to thank you again for coming here. But that hardly begins to scratch the surface, doesn't it? For the time you've given us and all the help you've offered, I owe you a debt I'm not likely to repay anytime soon. We wouldn't have come nearly as far without you, that's for sure. And now, in bringing us all together like this, you've given us opportunities for new endeavors. After a bit of discussion, we've come to realize our goals align almost perfectly. Yes, I want people to know that life in Warlar's Echo has changed. That the snow spirits are no longer feared but embraced, and that together we wish to shed the settlement's reputation as an isolated mountain community. We all share similar goals. We would like the various peoples of Tiral to remember each other, not as strangers with esoteric customs, but as trusted neighbors. To that end, we have a proposal for you, Liplu. Might we partner with the Tirali Travel Agency? We would like travelers from across the continent to see our respective homes as they are now. That sounds like a wonderful plan. Maya, as our special advisor, what are your thoughts? I think your inner abacus has already given you the answer. Yes, in fact, my inner abacus has been clacking away furiously. Of course, I'm always looking for new opportunities for expansion, but believe me when I say celebrating you has been my top priority from the start. While we purely use commerce to build bridges between peoples, you bring them together through high adventure. How many others could say the same? Now, while I regret to say it, I suppose this little gathering must draw to a close. Don't be a stranger around Gokholm, Omega. I will for a few months, probably. Come check in on Record Thursday and the other spirits too. We'll make a special batch of Kid Kariare just for you. Surely, you're already thinking of your next escapade, yes? Well, let's give you a hero's farewell. May we meet again soon. And may the road ahead of you be laden with good fortune. I don't know why, but these three tribes coming together, and the music changing to the Dawn Trail theme, it kind of like fucked with my feels a bit. I don't know why. This game is really good at like capturing your feelings. Your reputation has increased to Allied. Through your efforts, your allies of all shapes and sizes across Thrall have forged bonds of friendship that promise to remain strong through the years. You are truly a hero to societies across the continent. I think I'm missing... I think I'm missing this quest for Shadowbringers. I don't think I've done the final... I don't think I've done the final quest. For neither the Stormblood or Shadowbringers. I've done it for Endwalker and I've done it for Dawn Trail. Maybe I take a break and I try to figure out where these quests are. This is back to Toyal, yes. And maybe we side quest our way to a tiny little bit of either Shadowbringers or Stormblood. What do you say, chat? Up for an adventure? It is actually really annoying with like the size of towns and how like few and far between
the Ethernet points are. It is really frustrating that we don't get to use mounts. Because, like, the towns have gotten so big. They're so unreasonably large now. Which is cool, but it would be very helpful if we could, like, hop on a mount. I don't think flying would be necessary, but I think that being able to, like, ride your mount would probably be a good thing. Anyway, I'm gonna get up and move around a little. I'll see if I can figure out where these two quests are. And then we'll do one of them when I come back. See you all soon. Hello.
What's up, nerds? Watcha, dude.
Okay, good news and bad news. Good news, I have found these tribe quests that we haven't done. Allied Society. Bad news, there isn't one for Shadowbringers. However, we get to do the one for Stormblood. Is it not a persistent emote? That's cool. It's so smooth. Okay, where is our... Oh, that was easy. The Anontomaid's Tale. Hancock's apprentice is peering about in earnest. Oh, Mr. Soul. Hancock sent me to look for you. I'm glad to have found you so close by. He said he needs to meet with you, but wasn't clear on the details. I suppose he'd rather explain it to you in person. Would you mind taking a moment to speak with him? He's over at the harbor. Thank you. Just make your way to Pier 2, if you please. I'll let Hancock know he can find you there. Destination. Oh my god, my friend, good to see you again. Thank you for coming to meet me, though I confess that I knew you would. Such an agreeable sort, always ready to help your friends and close acquaintances. Yeah, I'd be skeptical too. No need for such facial exertion. My request is a straightforward one. As it happens, I've been asked to escort a few members of the Alamegan resistance on a tour of Kugane. It seems they are interested in seeing the fortifications that have allowed Hengashi to survive as an isolationist nation for so long. Never met them, and it occurred to me that the presence of someone such as yourself who has an established rapport with the resistance might smoothen our introduction. What say you? If I just have to stand there, fine. Good to hear. Particularly as they'll be here any moment. Of course they will.
By my estimation, they should be disembarking just about now. Ah, and right I am. Esteemed members of the Resistance, welcome to Kugane. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Hancock of the East Aldernard Trading Company, and I will be your guide to this fair city. I appreciate you coming to meet us. I'm Alpa, captain of the Veladina Gatekeepers. And I'm Jolman, Alpa, second in command. Pleasure to meet you. So you, man, fancy meeting you here of all places. What a pleasant surprise. Are you here to show us around? Now that is an excellent proposal. I'm certain the two of you would feel more at ease seeing the city with someone you know. Don't you agree? God damn it, dude. He ends up roping us into like all sorts of shit throughout Stormblood. In that case, I shall leave the role of guide to you. Meanwhile, I can secure accommodations for our guests. I get the feeling that you didn't have much choice there. Sorry about all this. If it's alright, I'd like to visit the castle first. I'm eager to see its fortifications. Allegedly, this thing is like fully built out on the back here, but it's never used for anything, which I find kind of interesting. It's beautiful. It does look nice, but I can't imagine it's much used as a fortress. Too decorative. But unusual attire. I can see you're not native to Kugane. May I ask where you hail from? By the Kami, that tale is real? Are you a mermaid? Don't be absurd. I'm no mermaid, I'm an Ananta. There are many like Alpa in Alamigo, our homeland. There is no need to be alarmed. Oh, so you are of a Western race then. Pardon me, I jumped to conclusions and can be somewhat dull guarding the gate here, particularly as only an utter fool would try to break in. So I sometimes let my imagination get the best of me. It's alright, no offense taken, but if you have a moment, would you mind telling us more about this castle? I'm curious as to how a single guard at the gate is sufficient to keep it secure. Of course, I'm no expert, but I'll gladly teach you what I know. Consider it an apology for my rudeness. Look at this fucking thing. Central keep that towers above us is of a complex and strategic make, incorporating myriad defensive elements. As you can see, the most prominent part of the facade features regular openings from which to unleash a veritable hail of arrows or musket rounds. We call these Sama, and they make it nigh impossible for an enemy to approach from the front. Similarly, those unlucky souls who attempt to scale the walls are likely to be met by tumbling boulders or boiling oil released by those manning the many brasses.
Right. Thesis? I don't know. Should one somehow manage to infiltrate the castle proper, you will find it a trial to get out again, where the pathways inside are like a maze by design. I think something could be so elegant in both form and function. I'm impressed. All that said, the castle has been taken before. Not too long ago, an unscrupulous sort named Kageyama and his underlings managed to sneak in during one of the Baguio's galas, taking advantage of the stream of people entering the castle. Which mainly goes to show that all of the clever defenses in the world mean nothing if you fail to check who's coming through the front door. A most instructive tale, thank you. I had a feeling I would find you here. Your accommodations are ready. Since your journey was a long one, I recommend that you stop for a soak in Kugane's famed hot springs before you continue your sightseeing. I can personally vouch for their efficacy in soothing body and soul. In that case, how could we refuse? That's settled then. Just make your way to the Bokairo Inn at your leisure. I must return to the Ruby Bazaar, but I've ensured that you will find everything in order. My first hang in Hot Springs. Hope you'll join us. Oh, absolutely. Dude, we've been traveling for eons. She really is like a fairy tale mermaid come to life. The other bathers are in for a surprise. I also fucking love that there's like there's this giant theater airship in the background. So if you haven't done the Alliance raids, this ship isn't here. So when you first come here, there is no ship in the sky. Oh, that was a person. Blue mage. How fun. Up on. This inn is spectacular. I've never seen any. I've never seen anything like it. And to think that we can just go right in. Wish I could show it to Gales, though it might be safer not to. Anyway, Trollman went inside to change ages ago, but it doesn't seem like she's coming out anytime soon. He does wear an awful lot of armor. Why don't we have a look around while we wait for her? There is no harm in that, right? Seeing it has only made me want to get in more. Roman won't mind if we meet her in the water, right? Right. Let's go, unless you need some time to change into your bathing suit as well. I hear it's customary to wear one, at least in Kugane. No.
have like 3 or 4 different versions of this because I kept activating glams and then having a better idea and going back and then changing it. This feels wonderful. I'm so glad we came to Hingashi. Nice to properly relax for once in a while. Look there. Is that a mermaid? Tail of scales, unmistakably a mermaid. Can't believe they've been real this whole time. And right here in our hot springs. This is ridiculous. I'm clearly no fish. I suppose people who've never seen a Nanta just don't know what else to make of you. No? I never. Mermaids in the bath. Someone saying mermaid? Is this a seeker? One with most unfortunate features at that. Not as unfortunate as your manners, and I would say something about the creepy mask, but I reckon the face beneath is even worse. Now, I meant to believe that you don't recognize me. A solid job. You certainly have the look of an Eorzean, but perhaps my legacy has not yet reached whatever drab little corner of the realm you call home. Yes, on closer inspection, I can see that our Far Eastern friends simply mistook serpent for fish. Not that it matters for my purposes, of course. I can hardly believe that I came upon a convincing substitute so soon. That's enough of your leering. What are you doing? Get your hands off of me. Alpha? I swear, you masked maniac, if you've done something to Alpha. It's funny. I thought only to make a bit of coin on my travels through this foreign land. But it seems the Beastmen and I are simply meant to be. In any case, I'll be helping myself to this one. I welcome a challenge, so feel free to hunt me down if you can. Hells, take that. NASA. What is he anyway? Can't believe he managed to snatch Alpha right out from under us. No, now's not the time. Our first priority needs to be tracking them down. Thankfully, if the locals' reactions so far are anything to go by, I'm sure they stood out. We can start by asking around. Dakota? Ma'am, I'm afraid I don't quite know what you mean. Alright, I'm talking about someone with ears like mine, male, bits odd in the facial area. Might have been behaving strangely too. Does that ring a bell? So you folks are called Mikote. I've seen quite a few of you around Kugani of late, and there was a man fitting that description over by the short pier. I passed by not too long ago. Guess we're headed seaside then. Thanks for your help. For something that came out native to the PS4, I think. This is really beautiful. Is it not down here? This is not what I was expecting in a variety of ways. Now that we've found him, I suppose we ought to make sure he doesn't die. Going to need him to wake up first, though. I don't know. Maybe poke him in the face. You're sure he's not already dead? In that case, we'll have to get creative. And I have just the thing. Well, he does anyhow. Just as I thought. Never leaves home without his... Is that 42? Grenades. I assume he took the time to remove some of the powder after his prior experiences, so they should be safe enough. Lob one in his general direction, would you? Also, why do they get a custom version of this? That is unfair. I'll stand back a bit just in case. Smalls, that's the same thing I'm wearing, but it comes in a static dark green, or in this or in wine red. Ah. I believe I at last truly grasped the meaning of the phrase "a rude awakening," which is to say, ow! Make no mistake, I'm delighted to see you, but I would appreciate it if you would put a little more thought into your method of greeting next time. I was having such a nice dream too. Can't say I expected quite that large of an explosion. I thought for sure you'd remember to take the powder out this time. But why are you here anyway? Showman, your attire is rather less present than usual. Ah, now that you mention it, I did forget to put my uniform back on, didn't I? More importantly, though, we have a serious problem on our hands. Ted, are you listening to me? Yes, I'm listening, and definitely making a normal amount of eye contact. Eye contact, sure. But never mind that. Alpa's been kidnapped. I saw her being carried away by a man with the most peculiar mask.
You saw him?
Yes? Yes. As it happens, I stowed away on your ship to get here, and that went perfectly smoothly, thank you very much, until you two disembarked and ran off, leaving me without a clue where to go. As I was wandering about aimlessly, as one does, I saw the masked man with Alpine Toe. I called out to them, and he hit me without so much as a warning. Before I fully lost consciousness, however, I witnessed something vital. He and Alpha boarding a small boat. This is a small boat. Positive they were headed out to sea. Then there's not a moment to waste. We'll board the ship at once. You two. Of course, I would never abandon Alpha in her time of need. In fact, I shall be scanning the seas in search of any passing vessel that can carry us away right this moment. Feel free to say, put on a coat while I do. Ungrateful. Ruby seas under ruby skies. Gentleman is more than ready to set to tracking Louisoix job across the sea. Just wait till I get my hands on that Louisoix job. At least we have some idea where he's heading with Alpha thanks to Lisette. I've decided to reward him by not pushing him into the sea, even though he's making it so very tempting. More importantly, where do you reckon we should start our search? They likely passed by Ruby Price. Well, what are we waiting for? Where are you going? There is this one thing I absolutely hate about the Miqo'te names, and it's the fact that people can't agree on pronunciation. And I don't know if it's, it has never been explained, so I don't know if it's a, shortening of names among friends. Or what it is. But like some characters, you will see their name and they will only, and people will only pronounce this side. Gratia being one of the like most common examples where like most people address him with omitting the G and just calling him Raha. So I don't know if that is a common thing where like the first letter is omitted. Also, this last word, they're like surnames. I believe that is like a sound. Right, now that we're here, let's split up and ask whether anyone has seen a masked Miqo'te and a mermaid about. Excellent plan. Nice to have everything back to normal. So that better not be about my attire again. If you hadn't noticed, Alpa had been kidnapped by a masked maniac. Go find some eyewitnesses before I change my mind about drowning you. I never did get to tell her that her swimsuit was fetching. But at least I managed to not make a fool of myself.
Sure thing, bud. That is definitely what happened.
Man wearing a sinister mask. Certainly hadn't passed through here. I would know. I've been looking for suspicious persons to fire at all day. What about a woman half snake, half fish? Snakefish. Okay, I have a question for like anyone who knows anything about like mythological creatures. The fuck is that? In a second. Sorry, we're getting into fall, so we're getting those long-legged flying fucking things. The things that look like a 1000% upscaled mosquito. I have no idea what they're called in whatever language. In any of them. Just select and I still don't know. But I don't want it landing on my dome. So I had to deal with that real quick. Sorry about that. Oh, yeah. My question for the people with fable knowledge, mermaids. They're particular. Usually, have like traditional fish with like fins and with like V fins and whatever, right? Is it specified anywhere what kind of fish? Like, are there different types of mermaids the same way it's different types of fish?
Could you, in theory, have a mermaid who's half human, half eel? Suspicious man with a mermaid? Very funny. You Westerners and your jokes. No, sadly, I'm being completely serious. Any luck? No. You too, huh? Seems we've hit the dead end here. I haven't the slightest idea what to do now, though. He's gotten himself... What has he gotten himself into this time? Come on. Lego, my ego. Oh. That is a nice sword. What's the meaning of this? First you burst out of the water like some sort of sea monster, and now you threaten me with a blade? Don't even know who you are, or what you are. You know not what you stole from me, and but you shall come to regret it. Tsukumo is more precious than any treasure. Return him at once. Help me. I'm being beset by this turtle man? Turtle man. Omega? What an odd coincidence. Yeah. Or not a coincidence at all, since you two seem to know each other. In which case, you have my apologies. I should not have drawn my blade without preamble. Think nothing of it. As the future leader of the M tribe, I was not at all alarmed by your sudden menacing advance. Not in the least. Wait, M tribe. So it is Setia then. I need to look at the book. And any friend of Omega is a friend of mine. Honored to meet you. My name is Kabuto. And I lead the Blues Divine Circle. Name is Olmin. I'm with the Veladina Gatekeepers in Alamigo. Can I ask why you were on the point of skewering Set? No, in my haste I unfortunately mistook him for a thief who recently snatched Tsukumo from my helmet. What precisely is this Tsukumo? You seem rather keen on getting it back. Tsukumo is my dearest companion and guide, who once walked beside me as a Kayakuri puppet blessed with a soul. He is now present only as materia, but continues to watch over me. Wait, wasn't saw holding something that looked an awful lot like materia when we saw him at the hot springs? Could that have been Tsukumo? If so, it would mean that he robbed Kabuto before kidnapping Alpa, and that we almost certainly won't find him on the Ruby Sea. Why not?
If it were me, I wouldn't want to risk my ice being retaken by its rightful owner, and fending capital off would be a sight more difficult with Alpha in tow. I'd put money on NASA having made for land as quickly as possible. Reasonable conclusion, assuming he was headed for Othard. The most direct route would have taken him through the village of Isari. To Isari we go then. We'll follow your lead. A thing that is very confusing to me and that I've never seen explained by really anyone. Oh. Is material. Material is always shown as orbs, but they're shown as like pretty big orbs. Like they're pretty hefty. And you can also see them in stuff like Cloud's Buster Sword, where he has 2 material slots down by the animal. But those materia in his Buster Sword, they seem to be smaller. They seem to be smaller than materia when people are holding them. Advent Children, for instance, a material orb is like fucking yay big. It also seems to be about that size here as well, and I don't fully understand the properties of them. Charming little fishing village. Would that we were here for some relaxing sightseeing. But we have a villain to catch and a captain to save, so let's get to it. Meet me back here once you've gathered as much information as you can. Masked man carrying a mermaid. Frankly, I'm not even sure I could imagine such a sight. I certainly haven't witnessed it. I did see a man with a curious mask, though. He made landfall in a small boat, and I assume departed on foot soon thereafter. I haven't seen him since, I'd wager he made for the Assam steppe or Yangshan. It's like most who pass through here. Haven't seen your mystery man, but I can tell you that mermaids have been a subject of some discussion around here as of late. You see, local legend has it that somewhere out there, far from the sight and grasp of the ordinary man, are what we Hingans call the 3 wonders, mermaid's flesh being one. It is said to grant life eternal, be that for better or for worse. Being immortal sounds horrible. A few moons past, a young lady born to one of Kagane's oldest and wealthiest families proclaimed that should any gentleman presume to ask for her hand in marriage, he would accept nothing less than all three wonders as dowry. It's a fool errand certain enough. We Higgins love our fairy stories as well as any folk, but we know the three wonders are no more than fantasy. You have to admire her clever ploy to remain unwed, though, which is why it's the talk of the land. Suspicious man and a mermaid with him? No, there ain't many suspicious sorts coming around our little village, and you'll pardon me for saying so, but it don't seem likely that a mermaid would keep such company. I mean, that is true. Now we're all back. Let's share what we have learned. Hopefully, between the four of us, we'll have heard enough to go on. We'll have enough heard to go on. Have heard enough to go on. That was a sentence, and I was struggling. So Naza was indeed sighted. No one can confirm which direction he departed in. And if your source is correct, Alpha is no longer with them. Did he stash her somewhere before landing in Isari? And where is he now? The three wonders may provide a clue. According to folklore, the treasures are mere flesh, jewel of fair souls, and the philosopher's fin. Shudder to think of the young lady being forced to marry Louisoix of all people, but based on his theft so far, it does seem like he is collecting the wonders, or treasures with passing similarity to them at least. Indeed, Tsukumo is his substitute for Jewel of Fair Souls, and your Alpha is meant to be the source of mere flesh. That leaves only one. Flesh certainly implies a level of dismemberment that I'm not comfortable with. We'll have to stop him. Yes, I realize that. If you have any brilliant ideas as to how, now's the time. Can't allow him to stay one step ahead of us. Seems uncertain of how to proceed. We can say with some certainty that Louisoix has made for either Yangsha or the Asim step, where it can only be up to no good. But it's also likely that Alpha has been imprisoned somewhere between here and Kugane. So which should we seek? I would be happy to ask the other members of the Divine Circle to search for your friend. There are no finer seekers of treasure on the Ruby Sea, and it would free us to continue tailing the thief. While I would prefer to see Alpha safely, see to Alpha's safety myself, I can't deny that I'm at a distinct disadvantage in these lands. It probably would be better to leave the search to those more familiar with the area, while we pursue Nassau. He's after the, what was it now? Philosopher's Fin, correct? If our assumptions are right, that's the only one left, and we know he's not too particular as to whether he lays hands on the real thing. Do you have any idea what could pass for Philosopher's Fin at a glance?
Finn from Seigetsu the Enlightened. Namsu who speaks and articulately at that. Yes, he does sound like a prime candidate. However, one could easily call all of the Namasu who have mastered the common tongue Finned philosophers. Cannot count on our villain to be so selective. Nor do we know if he makes for Doro Ilo or rather Yutsuka Manor. Well, if potential Finned philosophers can be found in either location, I suppose we'll have to split up and cover both. I'll take Yutsuka Manor. Hets can come with me. Hets can come with me if only so that I can keep him from accidentally injuring anyone, himself included. Anyway, I'm sure the locals will be able to point us in the right direction. Then we'll hasten for Doro Ilo. Only hope that we arrive in time. I'm not walking all the way there. That's not happening. I hadn't heard word of the festivities taking place here, but I wasn't aware they would be so extraordinary. By the big one, our comrade in Finns. You are here to assist with our new project, yes, yes? Latest, greatest event? I interpret that as I haven't the foggiest idea of what you speak, so allow me to explain thoroughly. We are currently planning our most ambitious event to date, an exceedingly cultured performance based on the beloved carol of Eld, Grey Kings of Orient. We have spread word to our upcoming masterpiece far and wide from Kagane to Yangshan, so doubtless a great many will be in attendance. But by sir, it is rare to see one such as yourself here on the step. Am I correct in assuming that you are an ambassador of the Kojin tribe? And how might I address you? Name is Kabuto. I am indeed the Kojin of the Blue, and the leader of the Divine Circle. We typically pursue treasure, but our quarry today is a villain whom we suspect is searching for the philosopher's Finn. We have traveled here to stop him before anyone comes to harm. Oh, are you perchance speaking of the philosopher's Finn as detailed in New Records of Ancient Matters? One of the three wonders? Fascinating. But why seek it on the Asim steppe? I'm quite certain the records make no mention of location. Oh, so naturally, having spoken to Omega, you concluded that I would most readily be identified as the source of the requisite Finn, esteemed as I am. Indeed, there could hardly be a more obvious choice for a Finned philosopher. Wait, I seem to recall from our many discussions that the philosopher will not be played by you.
we decided on gearing for that role, remember? And we already made the costume to fit her. The role of philosopher? Perhaps we should hear more about this new event of yours. Oh, very well. In our upcoming performance, we reenact the journey to the west made by the three kings in days of yore. Gyoring has been chosen to dress as the Philosopher King. One would think that the Namasu best suited for said role would be I, Segetsu the Enlightened. Most erudite and learned among us, a renowned author of meditation on the metaphysics of merrymaking. But Gyoshin continually insists. That's it. Nasal must have heard about the performance and learned that it would include a philosopher. That's why he made for the Asim step. If he also knows that she's been selected for the role of Philosopher King, Kyurei will be in grave danger. Where is she now? If I recall correctly, she spoke of traveling to the Dawn Throne to retrieve ritual offerings from the Oranir stock. We've been running low as someone keeps partaking without authorization. Nothing they do is serious, and it's beautiful. Then we must make for the Dawn Throne at once. With me. Run, run, run. It's not really following that, no, but I am most confident that Gyoraing's fins should remain attached to Gyoraing. She needs those. It's all well and good for Yoshin to sprint off to big one knows where, but it is hardly advisable for me to leave the festivities unsupervised. I will remain here and inform Gyoraing of the situation should she return. Dude, I am starting to get real ready for some food. But I think we have like 1.5 quests to go. So I will finish this before I head out. Goodness, how kind of Oranir to share so much food with us. It will take more than a few Namasu to eat through all this, thankfully. Oh, hello. Can I help you with something? Yes, yes. I'm supposed to believe that's the face of a philosopher, but I suppose a fin's a fin, and the client won't know any better, so in you go. What's the meaning of this? Let me out. Stop. Really was after Garen's fins. And now he has both of them. Also, why the fuck did we stop? You put her in a barrel. Or the indignity. What do we do? We should speak with our comrades at Isuka Manor. They need to hear this and may have an idea where Nassau would take his ill-gotten treasures. Can you contact them? Ring ring. Nothing to report here. Have you had any luck? Oh, I wouldn't say luck, but we did lose a Namasu. So, a little lucky. During that song, good. He's got all three of the wonders in hand then. But if we are to assume that his sudden quest for the three wonders and the young lady's wedding dowry are connected, there is a good chance that he will revisit Kagane at some point, whether to present the items to her or to her would-be suitor. He would have to retrieve Alpha beforehand, of course, meaning that we finally have a chance to get ahead of him. We can return to Kagane first and be ready to snare him when he arrives. Let's rendezvous in Kagane at, say, the Hokkaido Inn. I'll see you there. What did she suggest? Lay a trap in Kagane? They could work, but we'll need to return post-haste. We should tell Gyof Seigetsu the Enlightened first. I'm sure that he will have many thoughts on the situation. Maybe even a helpful one. Very well, we'll speak with him before we depart. He is doubtless worried about Gyoring, and it would be unkind to leave him wondering. So how the fuck do you actually get down from here? Okay, so this is, or should be, our last step. Well, the quest that is starting now. Find Seigetsu the Enlightened and be right back. Having another taco bowl today, and I'm really looking forward to it. I love these little salads. They're great. Yurchen has apprised me of the ill news, and you intend to apprehend the culprit in Kagane. Yes, if we travel fast enough, we should succeed in reaching the city before the job does. Always have my travel hammer, travel all, and travel spinning wheel, and travel anvil pack just in case. I am most prepared. Ready to go? Yes. The sack will be a tight squeeze with both of us, but if you put Seigetsu in head first, and me tail first. Stop right there, Gyoshin. Exactly what an artisan and a member of the karate meant to do against an opponent who has foiled even Omega. For us to blunder in without a stratagem would be the height of folly. No, these two also journey ahead to Kugane, lest Nasa arrives sooner than expected. Meanwhile, I shall devise an infallible plan based on the principles laid forth in the Smart of War. We shall join them anon. I do not know what those principles are, not even a little bit, no. But I will do as you say if you think that it will help get Gyure back. How could he be plotting? I don't know. Stuff, probably. Kabuto is more than ready to depart for Kugane. Might serve us to have a clearer idea of Seigetsu the Enlightened's plan, but we can't wait no longer to depart. Come, we should hasten to the Bokairo Inn. Yes. Kaido. I've been streaming for such short hours lately that my eyes are like feel like they're on fire. It's only been like 4.5 hours. That's horrible. You two made good time. We left for Kugane just after we spoke with you and only arrived a short while ago ourselves. Have you been able to learn anything of Nasa? We were successful in returning to Kugane ahead of him, though not by much. He's already made port. We saw dock workers hauling a large barrel and a squirming sack from his skiff under his close watch, unfortunately. So whatever his plans are, they're likely already in motion. The prisoners. Where has he sent them? There's a large vessel docked at Pier 1. It seems Alpha and Gyure have been taken aboard. I have set keeping an eye on the situation. I saw that ship when we arrived. It's unmistakably the Kuroboro Maru. If I recall correctly, the merchant Kageyama purchased it for a hefty sum some time ago. Kageyama, you say? And who might that be? Man easily as wild as Nasa Job himself. He once conspired to take Kugane Castle, holding the Bergyo hostage as he made ludicrous demands. Though thwarted, he used his wealth and influence to escape justice. He has taken to using this tactic recently and is set in pursuit of a bride, spending more gil than most will ever see in his attempt to snare the perfect woman. A bride, huh? Well, I think we've found this Job's esteemed employer. It is I. You know, your favorite Mikote. Rahul. Dashing good looks. Ladies man. Future noon of the M tribe. As well, I'm afraid that we have a problem, one that requires your immediate attention. That's why I contacted you. It's vital that you hear this as soon as possible. I've been dutifully keeping watch on the Kiroboro Maru and Alpa and Namasu have just been brought out on deck. We don't have much longer until our mermaid becomes mermaid flesh. I would love to continue this little chat we're having, but I rather think you should come to the harbor right away. Was that set? It's our last chance then. We must stop Louisoix once and for all. There we are. We must hurry. Alpa's a dear friend, and I won't have her turned into mince by some scheming and rather unattractive, I must say, villain. That is a heckin' bolt and a half. Kind of appreciate how bad facial hair is in this game. Hair flash. Philosopher's fin. And the Jewel of Fair Souls. With this, she can no longer deny me, and what a pretty thing she will be. Beside me at our matrimonial feast. I can taste it now. Couldn't possibly care less about what you intend to do with the goods, so long as I am fairly compensated. Speaking of payment, I think it's time that we finish up here. I need only carve the meat. Not a chance. Finally caught up, have you? Though I doubt you have much more to offer this time around. Oh no. Oh. Oldman. That was dirty. What? Afraid you couldn't defeat her in the fair fight? I merely prefer to spend my time on foes that are actually worthy. or at least suitably entertaining. But if any of you believe you will present a greater challenge, then by all means. Very well, I'll defeat you myself and have you return Tsukumo here and now. I see them. They are most visible. Driving speed. Yes, yes. Oh. Whistle. It's Sekisagumi. Pity. I was just beginning to feel a twinge of excitement. But I see I must take my leave. Beat the shit and falling in the... yeah. Yeah, smooth. Farewell, Eastern Beastmen. This little chase has been most amusing. Perhaps you may entertain me again someday. We've just, like, left this plot line behind. Not this time. As future Noon, friends to Omin and Alpha both, I cannot let these crimes go unanswered. Trust me, sometimes you have to learn the hard way. How to treat the lady. Seven healths. Oh, now we find the one with no powder. As if explosives would save the adventurer's gaggle of misfits yet again. And only the mask floats. Now we only need to ensure that Kageyama meets with justice at the hands of the Sekisagumi. That may pose a problem. Where has that eel slipped off to? Makes for congratulatory. Come here with me. We can meet at the Hokkaido Inn afterwards. I will carry the wounded there. We're counting on you. Can we steal this boat? Like, that is a sick boat. This place is amazing. Need not push yourself, Alpha. You have only just been freed from what must have been a very trying ordeal. I'll be fine. As captain of the Valadina Gatekeepers, I can't let evil go unpunished. Fucking just bonk. Bonk, bonk, bonk. There. Big bonk. Big bonk. What? How did you? Well, no matter. May have followed me this far, but no further. So, go on in, Bill. Hold my loose change. Free money. Pardon me, sir, but if you could move a bit to the left map, it's imperative that we capture this villain. Not listening. Just look at them crouching at my feet. It pays to be wealthy. No. Please, leave this to me. You're wasting your time, little mermaid. Master of monetary manipulation, and no one is easier to control than coin-starved commoners. What's the meaning of this? Cruel fate, why do you mock me? Well done, but why a fish? Someone on Namazu's strange contraption earlier. It was so cute, I just couldn't stop thinking about it. I don't even like fish. I believe it's time that you accept your fate. Yes, I think that's quite enough escape attempts for one day. You've made it perfectly clear who the villain here is. Right, my Sugimi friends. You can't do this to me. I have a woman to course, matrimonial banquets to consume. It seems that the matter is resolved at last. Now we go and inform the others. I didn't actually know that this is where that emote came from. I've seen this emote so many times. Up on. The innkeep was kind enough to call a doctor, but it seems that no one has more than minor injuries. And apparently there's no better treatment for scrapes and bruises than the Bokaisen hot springs. I guess we'll just have to visit them again. Let's continue where we left off before we were so rudely interrupted, shall we? I'm sorry, Alpha. What? You have absolutely nothing to apologize for. Not now, not ever. It's my duty to protect you, and I failed utterly. Then it took so long to free you that I couldn't even manage that without help. And I couldn't even manage that without help. Maybe not. But the rescue wouldn't have succeeded without your leadership. Not to mention how you saved me from being sliced in two. You may not be able to do everything yourself, but I couldn't ask for a better second in command. Alpha, I thank you. Grateful to everyone else too, of course. Omega, Kabuto, Yoshin. So, hold on. Where is Seth? Maybe it's still changing. Ah. Never fear, it is I, Seth. I discovered this floating in the sea after the saw disappeared. How do I look? Rakish? Throwing that back in the sea and you along with it. That is some incredible sound effects, dude. I feel like the Ananta should be a playable race. Just when you think he's learned something. Let me ask, Gyoshin, how did you know to find us on the Gromoboro Maru? It was easy to spot you from above. I knew that stuffing the Mikoshi with all of the cloud's breadth in our stores was the right choice. Yes. Why? How convenient. And I'm glad that you made it safely too. Thanks to all of you, being trapped in a barrel was harrowing and fraught with splintery peril. Yes. But it was worth it for a chance to enjoy these hot springs together. If you say so. What is that gem in your helmet? It's most unusual, quite unique. This is the soul of my dear friend Tsukumo. More valuable than any treasure in the whole of the Ruby Sea. He is what Nasa stole from me, and I am truly grateful to you for helping me retrieve him. As Gyoring said, despite our tribulations, I feel fortunate to have met you all. I hope that we can continue to strengthen our friendship now that we're all safe and sound. And please come to our festival. Yes. We can strengthen our friendship and all of our assorted limbs by carrying Mikoshi together. And if you're ever in Eorzea, come to Alamigo. The Veldina gatekeepers will give you the grand tour. And you can stay at the Castellum. such a shame that we have this like pretty unique humanoid race, and it doesn't get to be a playable one. You have achieved allied reputation for the Kojin, the Vera, and the Namasu. Furthermore, you now have access to a wider selection of bears, and you've learned the emote's creativity. Through your efforts, your allies of all shapes and sizes across Alamigo and the Far East have forged bonds of friendship that promise to remain strong through the years. You are truly a hero to societies across many realms. West meets east. Did it just install? Grow to D. Did not know this is where that emote is from, but now we know. Okay, I'm gonna park myself in Old Out and I'm gonna fuck off. Because it's almost midnight and I am super hungry. Should have gone to Costa del Sol and the party boat. But yeah, Moonfire Fair is going, the Yokai event is going. If you don't have all the weapons from the Yokai event, there's some really good ones. There's also 3 new housing items and a couple of framer kits from last time. What else? Summer event is going. It doesn't have any glams this time, but you get some housing items and an inflatable Mograft mount, which is really comfy, cozy. So yeah, that is everything that is currently going on in game, I think. For the Twitch side of things, there is the 3 gift subs for a mount. That's going on. Don't have to use that here. You can use that on any channel. Shenpai, Volpixie, Joe Cat, Rinon, Frosty Mog, Mr. Happy. Bear Harmonia. Alpaca Lips. Just to mention a few. Also, of course, you're free to use it here, but there is absolutely no pressure to do so. And, yeah, the only thing you have to think about is that the channel that you sub to, or gift subs to, has to be in the Final Fantasy XIV directory, and it has to be live, so you can't do some sneaky shenanigans in the background. But yeah, I think that is all, at least for now. I don't know when, if I might have, like, for stream tomorrow, stream might be postponed. I'll see. I'll post in the Discord. Also posted in the Discord about under mentions and stuff about the AI scraping thing. So it's all there. Anyway, I'll see you hopefully tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then on Saturday. Good luck. Goodbye.